Hey everyone, how's it going? Excuse me, I had to burp. I hope you're all doing well tonight. It is late, at least by the standards of when I normally stream. Well, if you're not doing well today, I hope I can make it a little better. In my own way. Oh dear, that's very unfortunate, Hellspectre. So, a little news. Ray finished the last element of my new model, my new outfit. It's not really a new model, but it's a new outfit, you know? Yeah. So, you will be seeing the new outfit in the near future. It just needs to be finished up rigging and everything. I'd like to thank Endymion, Java, Marionette, Dot for the subs. Hey Cream, it's good to see you. I'm pretty eager to just jump into the games, honestly, rather than talking about a lot of stuff today, but I will say today, thank you, me. Today, I've decided I want to do the marathon as Tails. So we'll be starting from a fresh slate there, since I don't have any times as Tails yet. True, it is the tail end of the month. I wish I had thought of that. Why couldn't you tell me that in private so I could act like I came up with it? Hi, kid. Dan, good to see you. Okay, so... Man, Moonfight is a great song. Have you guys played the new Castlevania? It's really good. It's, like, not very difficult, but it is really good. Wow, I don't have much to say. I spent most of last night playing Dead by Daylight, so I'm like brain dead over here. Let's play. And yes, there's a new Castlevania game. And I mean an official one. Somehow. Let's bring up Sonic, shall we? By the way, since this is on topic of Tales, what if I show you all this art? I just wanted an excuse to show this, okay? Let's get started. The Dominus collection includes a new game. Believe it or not. It includes a new game based on Haunted Castle. It is not just a reskin. It is way too different to be. So we're playing as Tails. Man, I really gotta do one of these in 4-3 sometime. I just haven't felt it. Where's my timer? Where's... My split button isn't working. Please let me fix my split button. What the heck? Why are you not working? Push, 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 push. Push, push. Let me try restarting my stream deck. Restarted my stream deck. Let's see. No? Live split, are you having a real one over here? Give me a moment. I'm just going to duplicate this profile and make a couple quick changes to it. I'm sorry that I have to do this live. Heck. Not working with this either. I've got like 2 different live split plugins here on my stream deck for some reason, and neither of them are working. It is, but I'm still sorry about this. What if I unplug one? Unplug? What if I uninstall one of these plugins? No, that didn't work. If it comes to it, I will manually handle this, but like, I would rather not have to. So, what does everyone think about Tails? What are your Tails opinions in the chat? What the? Well, that's not right. It suddenly came to life and set my times as seconds. What the? So it turns out I had multiple copies of Live Split running somehow. That was the problem. Okay, so we're ready to go as soon as I make this slightly cleaner for myself. Just hold on a sec. I just need to make my buttons look slightly more correct. I'm very sorry for this stuff. I don't know why I'm apologizing, it's part of streaming. I'm definitely interested in the Sonic 3 movie. I think it's going to be pretty interesting. It looks like they are taking some liberties, but they seem like interesting liberties and somewhat necessary ones. Because it's not like they were going to introduce Rouge and Amy, right? We're about ready. Just a sec. Okay. We're ready. I'm so sorry. I'm apologizing unnecessarily again. Let's go! I'll reset the times first, because, like, what the heck, but... Oops. Thank you for resubscribing, Baydog. I should be rolling more. You have a higher maximum speed when you're rolling. Apparently ethanol is a neurotoxin. Oh god, what happened? You'd like to suggest that I hold my September marathon tomorrow? That would be pretty funny, right? Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, B-Dog. Yeah, that was a good jump. Whoops! Did you see that? Not quite something I planned. Whoops. Give me a 0. What's your favorite zone from Sonic 1, CD 2, or 3 and Knuckles? I bet it's not Marble Zone. Could be, but I bet it's not. Oops! Momentum control was slightly off. I sound like I have a sore throat? I'm not sick. That I know of. Yeah, you made it in time for Sonic 1 this time, Shinon. Okay, this is not faster. I deserved that. So, I didn't mean, like, your favorite out of each game, but, like, overall out of all those games. See, I've never done a Tails run before, so I'm trying to feel out what the right times to do things are. What the right time for flying is, since that's a big difference until Sonic 3. You can mess with your momentum a little using the light like that. I think that's useful. But I should probably just, okay, I'll fly it, but... stop here. I think that's slower than just jumping through. Why am I not flying here? This is the part where it really would have helped. Not like that. Whew, that's good. Feels like doing a very brief flight, like just one little button press, gets me like a couple pixels more height on my jump. So I can clear some things that I normally wouldn't doing that. Oops. I don't need that. Okay, flying across is definitely faster for this part. And this part. Can't forget this part. Do I think that the Tails speedrun will be significantly faster? No. I think it'll even out around Sonic 3. Plus, I don't know all of the shortcuts Tails can take yet. This is entirely new to me. Not that I've never played Tails before, but you know? Because you see, in Sonic 3 you have the Insta-Shield, and it helps a ton for the bosses. Okay, so those so-called Saturn logos, those are UFOs that were in the Sonic 1 betas. And eventually the graphics for them turned up in the Java version, of all things, of Sonic 1. But people had previously seen them in, like, magazine screenshots, and they've been like, what the heck were those? And it does really resemble the Saturn logo, even though it predates it. So a lot of versions of the game let you restore those UFOs. Personally, I don't think they... Oh no, the spike bug! Spike bug! Personally, I don't think they necessarily look better than without. Like, I think without is probably better, but they're neat. And they're a nice talking piece. Oh, that was bad. No, the spike bug again! I got spike bug twice! Incredible! When has that ever happened to me? Oops. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was not... Oh.
Speed fast and way too fast.
I'll grab the shield. Need some safety because my lives are low. You know, there was a discussion on Sonic Retro lately about the terminology. Wow, my words went wrong. The terminology used for things like lives back in the day, where some games called them things like tries, some things chances. And one of the favorites was a Mario game referring to extra lives as an additional Mario. Oh right, I can just do that, can't I? It's not gonna reach. It is gonna reach. So, you know, during all that, I got an additional Tails. Wouldn't you like an additional Tails? You would, don't lie. Wait for these jerks. Okay. Was there anything up here? I refuse to play this in a Tails just flies over everything way at the moment, but it wouldn't work that well in most of Sonic 1 anyway. The one place you really want to do that is probably Emerald Hill. I really find it better to just power your way through that. Yeah, I care a lot about the gameplay being legitimate, but I don't mind aesthetic mods, you know? For like the palettes and the act music, I like that. While I don't really care much about the widescreen or not, some places it's better, some places it's worse. I think that having the Act 2 and 3 music makes the run a little less monotonous. And then I always get to go beep beep on the next one. Beep beep. Crap. Okay, that's not gonna help me. I was like, oh, I can finally go up there. I wonder what's up there. Wow, that worked out better than I thought. I don't need that. I say before immediately getting hit. I'll take the lower route, since I'm Tails anyway. Thank you for subscribing, Toho. Okay, this is part where it gets dangerous, so why don't we just... Oh, hey, Eggman. Didn't know you were there. I guess Tails can just go murder mode on the bosses. Beep, beep. The way I think it's best to handle the Marble Garden Zone boss is, if possible, get 7 hits on him before the flying part starts. You guys have seen me do it a couple times, like, not every time. It might be a little harder to do that with Tails. I've been in this section once before. As Knuckles, I think. How's it going, Beowulf? Yeah, the doggy battle is so good. Tails is so cute. Meow, 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 meow. no. Oh no. Oh no. Phew. Oh, close one. Mistimed that. I'm fine with this amount of error. It's slightly faster to doggy paddle than to wait on the platform, it looks like. If you're wondering, by the way, back in the day, Sonic Team, or rather Sega of America and Sega of Japan couldn't entirely agree on how Tails' name should be presented. So if you were to run Sonic 1, well, not Sonic 1, Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 on a Japanese Mega Drive, it would say Miles. But if you run it on a US or PAL, it would say Tails. This was all handled by the region flag that Genesis games used. The console reports which region it is, and then the game branches depending on the region. I don't think I have enough oxygen. Some games used that feature to allow themselves to have different regions, like languages, in the same ROM. And fan translations often do it as well for Genesis games. What the? Who put that there? Okay. Time for everyone's favorite part. I'll get the shield along the way. Well... Whoops. Eggman messed me up. I'm not used to hitting him there. And yeah, if you put in a game like Bare Knuckle, it'll either be Bare Knuckle or Streets of Rage, depending entirely on the region of your console. Hey Decade, thank you for raiding. What were you up to? Welcome, welcome. Whoa, 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 whoa. That could have gone better. Can I get up there like this? I don't think so. I'll just have to take the lower route. Englishing? Englishing? Even as a translator, I've never heard that one before. Angel of the Apocalypse. Interesting. Is it good? Interesting but clunky. Well, that's most 3DO games. It's a really interesting console, though. It always feels like that system was just slightly underpowered compared to what most devs needed from it. Oh my god! That was stupid. I thought that might work, but that was... okay. Couldn't be me skipping the part of the game I hate the most right there. It's times like that you can really tell, though, that the game was obviously only designed for Sonic. Including this boss fight. This boss fight will be much easier as Tails doing this. Oops. Darn. Let me go get that ring. I almost picked a big one. Oh yeah, Scrap Brain. We're here. The return of streaking? Oh no. The thing you have to watch out for when using Tails' flight really precisely, I think, is that if you don't land very neatly, you're gonna have a long delay just from trying to get onto the ground again. But this is one of those levels where there's so much sheer platforming in an open area that Tails is just kind of too strong. If only we could roll back to an old level before the end. Thank you for resubscribing, Dan. I really appreciate you. Hey, Gnosis. Now see, this level is not so open, it's mostly closed areas, so the differences between Sonic and Tails are smaller here.
Oh my god, JC, a
Outside of
bomb!
doing some, like, safety lights on your jumps so that you don't have to risk falling into the holes. Oh no! I'm so reckless. Okay, fine.
Oh no!
I probably should have just gotten hit by that fire. Damage boosting is fast a lot of the time. Yeah, all Tails. I decided on a whim that I wanted to do Tails, so we're doing Tails. I guess we doing Tails runs now. Well, I tried. May as well get the invincibility. It's way more convenient to have the invincibility in that part. There's actually 2 Tails Game Gear games, but one of them most likely started as a Mickey Mouse game. Now remember, this can be the hardest stage if you take the long way, or if you just do that, it can be the easiest stage. Oh my god, Tails is magic pink! He's just transparency pink! Oops, I didn't mean to fall down there. Ow. I love that he's just transparency pink. I think this fight is basically entirely the same if you're Sonic, Tails, or Knuckles. It's like slightly harder for Knuckles because of his jump height, but what isn't? Everything is harder for Knuckles, basically. Yeah, Knuckles is always just like, oh no. You mean like Death Egg Robo Chaotic Claw? As far as ridiculously harder goes? Hate doing that as Knuckles so much. It's so rough. Come on. Thought so. Yeah, I thought so. And that's Sonic 1. 3333. 3333. What? Okay, I'll be back. I'm back. Oh, I can't wait for you guys to see the new outfit. I can't wait. Probably, even when it's ready, I'll set the debut, like, very shortly after, because I just don't want to wait. So, ready for Tails CD. That is a good emote, anyway. I'm still amused that it's 3333. Of all the timings, that's highly specific. Thank you for the donation of $25 in this hero. I am humbled. Every bit really helps me. Eventually, I'm gonna be living on this, you know? And here we go again. 9, don't fall behind. 8, 6, don't be late. 7, motion 7, 6, 5. Oh, that's you and me. 2, 4. Excalibur! Excalibur. Always gets me. Sonic Warrior, Sonic Warrior. Sonic Warrior, Sonic Warrior, the power is in your mind. Save the planet and conquer time. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, 'cause if you try, you can do anything. Never say you can't.
It's party time!
Man, I should really roll with that part. Warp? Warp? A lot of people hate that jump sound. I actually really like it.
It's popcorn time!
Celebration, yeah! Zap-a-dap-dap. This part strongly resembles Green Hill. I've always wondered why there's a splash when you come out of that. That pixel precision jump over the spring. You see that? Man, I don't even think that's a hot take. Green Hill Zone is iconic music. But who hasn't heard it a million times now? There's no Amy because she just never appears in Tails or Knuckles' game. Shockingly, she does appear in Amy's game. Did you know that? That was one of the dumber things to say. I feel like the voice clip in this particular track must have inspired some of the stuff Layla did in Freedom Planet's music. For Amy's. Crap! I don't want to be in the casino thing. The coin slot. My brain stopped. Please wait, Cat is rebooting. Television now. Da-da-da-da-da. Collision Chaos 2. You just immediately go in this hole. I don't make the rules, that's just how the level design is. Okay, being up here is not useful. Whoops. I need to go through, here. No. That was close. If you ever time travel, it's a pretty big loss of time. Ironically. Well, unfortunately, since Eggman is in charge of all this, the only authorized time-traveling lessons you can take are from a dog. Okay, pinball time. Of course, since we're Tails, what if we just ignored my favorite genre of mechanical game and...
I am the ringmaster.
Just kind of did this? What if we just did this?
You knocked out my contact.
Yeah, I bet he has no idea what just hit him. So what the hell was that? The new ones? No, I haven't. I'm pretty sure I own one of them. Hey Ed, how's it going? Ed, I'm gonna message you about a commission later. It should generally be the Japanese track for Act 1 and the US track for Act 2. Although the way I have it set up is that if I set the soundtrack to US, it will reverse the order of that. Oops. That didn't work as well as I thought it would. There's a stick bug! I got stick bugged. I died. I got stick bugged in my Sonic game. No, no, no.
This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
I love people always explaining that line as Shadow knows that candy is bad for babies. Uh-oh. Ah! What am I doing? This is not our finest hour, Tails. Oops. Darn. He uncurled. There we go. Oh my god. You're not living down the murder allegations, Tails. Mostly not cheese, but occasionally Tails will do something that makes you realize, yeah, sometimes Tails is powerful. Like when we reach Emerald Hill, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna fly over it. Oops. If I hadn't stopped properly there, we would have ended up time traveling. It was pretty close. Oh, hey, the special stage ring. There are so many springs at the start of acts, man. I don't need this. Me over here just grabbing this one up I don't need. This boss fight is pretty much identical no matter who you're using. Thank you for the follow. Another one up. I mean, I can't complain. Wacky workbench. Watch. Oops. I'll be checking at the end of Sonic CD. Oh, there's the generator. Wasn't even going there. Tails just went, you know what? Screw you. The wacky's your workbench. Thank you for resubscribing, Winter. I hope you're doing okay. probably faster to bounce on the thing and then just go into flight. I bet. His tail seems to gain a lot of altitude when he does that. See? Oops. Hey, Grab. What the? I couldn't escape for some reason. I'm doing good. I'm slightly worried that I may be sick because somebody said I sounded like I had a sore throat. But these things happen, right? Hopefully it was just early stream jitters or something. Cold heart. I also had I had some milk before the stream, which you're not supposed to do that. Milk is not good for your voice. What the? Oh no! See, I was trying to see if the tails strat was better here, but it turns out that it specifically tires tails out right before you get to the boss. That's very funny to me. I like it. Oops. A little early. Not here. Basically, milk is thick and it coats your mouth and your tongue and your throat. Like, even when you're done with it, there's a bit of coating on it. So, like, that will make your voice a little rough and make any sort of, like, voice acting or anything else like that you do a little tougher until it's, out of your system, so to speak. Sometimes I'm really good at expressing myself, and sometimes I'm really bad at it. Only allowed to drink apple cider vinegar. I bet Tails is gonna break this place wide open. You gotta make sure you fly correctly so that you don't lose all your speed doing it. Hey, Millennial. Oh my god, I just flew over one of the best acts of the game. Boy. What the? Huh? I didn't see that there. All these boosters are making Act 2 much harder to cheese. Excuse me, Zone 2. You don't have acts in Sonic CD, you have zones. I don't make the rules. The giant rat makes all of the rules. Thank you for the follow. That's not... What the? Oh no. Tails got stuck.
Oh no!
The game decided no, you will time travel. I think this is making up for all the time I saved on Zone 1. The world's most pointless speed shoes. Because moments later, this happens. Ow. What the? Okay. Safe. No, Amy. So, if you were in Metallic Madness Zone 2, would you redeem Many Tails? Don't deny it. Unfortunately, this is Act 1. Zone 1. We're almost there. This part is much easier as Tails, obviously. Tails looks like he has cat ears! Look at that! It feels like his ears didn't shrink as much as the rest of him did. Yeah, I ain't engaging with that. Oh. Are you playing Bat Rider Dot? How far'd you get? I'm grabbing the shield this time. Right before the final boss, oh man. There's a very precise height at which you will hurt this thing, but it won't hurt you. Yeah, you'll definitely get it, Dot. But what a place to die. Oops. Oh no, my rings! My rings are gone! As you can see, I have ideas here, because it seems like this should be easy for Tails. Beautiful. Gotta wait for his vulnerable time. I think he's vulnerable now. No? He's just not vulnerable. Okay. Now he is. I guess they knew Tails was going to try to cheese this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I almost went for it, but I know he's not vulnerable. Come on, pogo stick. Pogo stick, you know you want to. $35.18. Not bad. Yeah, I really love Sonic CD's music too. Extraordinary things can happen when you believe in yourself. Did you know that? I'll be back in a sec. Even though normally I would sing along. In the end, who's on your side? Who can you trust in the middle of the night? Where will you be if you can't find you? There's no place to go. Nothing to do. Choose yourself. 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 Extraordinary things can happen if you believe in yourself. You've got to have some faith in yourself if you always fight for your friends. In your life, open mind, and don't forget that if you gotta do something, gotta do something. Believe in yourself. 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 I love this song. When you feel tight, look at yourself. Inside your heart, you will find a special place to unwind. When you feel right, look at yourself. Inside your mind, you will see cosmic eternity. Tennessee? The caption said Tennessee. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys the new Ride Wings art. Please take a look at this. That's a very floopy tail. Oh, one of two very floopy tails. It's on to Sonic 2. I know a lot of you really love Sonic 2. Of course, we play without saves. Look, Knuckles and Tails mode. I wish that existed in every game, because it's just a fun idea. Anyway. Okay, I shouldn't be flying yet. Lose too much momentum this way. Start flying once I have the shoes. Oops. I hit the spring. Tails is so cute. But he's kind of broken until Sonic 3. Of course, in actual Sonic 2, like the original release, he can't actually fly. Oops. Which is always funny to me, because like, if you're playing one-player mode, Tails will fly back to you, right? But player-controlled Tails could not actually fly in Sonic 2, the original release. Your mind might be telling you, but Sarah, I remember flying around as Tails in Sonic 2. No, you don't. Go check. You can do that in all the re-releases, though. Well, not like Sonic Jam, but later than Sonic Jam. I don't know if M2's release on Switch gave Tails flight, but I feel like it didn't. But then in Sonic 3, he gained the ability to fly, like, as player character and to carry Sonic around. Yeah, I think it's emulated, so the main things they added were like the score attack and such. I really wish M2 would add keyboard configuration to the Dominus collection, because whose idea was it that, oh, we have 6 buttons, we should stack them in 3 rows of 2 buttons. And the arrangement is so poor too, like, you've got jump next to special attack, and then attack is above jump. It's like, Who designed this? Who at M2 designed
50
that?
Gamer Dollars donated $50.
Thank you for the 50 gamer dollars. That's a lot of gamer dollars. I appreciate it so much. The 10-5 gamer dollars. I almost forgot that. Why do I even grab these? It's like a small waste of time. In these games, rolling is almost always faster than running because of the different speed cap. However, in Chemical Plant, you have to be careful about it because you can't activate the jump springs if you're rolling. Crap, crap, crap. Which means if you go through too much of the stage rolling, you will completely miss some of those jump springs and you will fall into the water. I couldn't avoid the water this time. Sometimes I don't touch the water at all. But most notably, this part here. You do not want to roll into a ball. What the? I missed the spring anyway, uh-oh. Thank you, Tails. Of course, everybody knows about the if you duck, the water won't hit you bug. I'm pretty sure it's fixed in Absolute, though. Yeah. Because that's actually just a bug. I think it only works in the original Genesis release. Like, I don't think it even works in Jam, but I'm not sure. Ta-da. Oh, I love Sonic. They are so fun. Oops. Normally not a fan of this zone, but as Tails, it's not a big deal. Because I can just do this. Oops. Sonic is fast, he is real, and he is my friend. Sonic 2 lets you fly over too many of the zones, I think. Part of why it's really not made for flight. But we're speedrunning, we're not following all the rules. The heck is this? There's just a random archway. I don't think they meant for that to be seen. What the? Okay. I got caught in the loop. Okay, that doesn't work. Does this work? Yeah. I guess we're not engaging with this boss. Learning the Tails speedruns will be fun, but there's definitely parts that will be just, oh, I flew over the stage and didn't get to engage with it at all. Right, they put a ceiling here. Oops. Man, don't I know it. One of the fun ones is the S monitor, which gives you 50 rings instantly. And, like, the S probably stands for super, but we don't know. We've never known for sure. I think it might have come up in a design document, though. Some of you might remember the time when I was streaming Knuckles' run of Sonic 3 and Knuckles on my alt channel, on Sarlin Alt. And I somehow glitched into Sonic's version of the stage, and it got really messed up. I'm pretty sure there's clips. That's one of my favorite Sonic 3 sewers stories. I should have gotten that. Okay, this is actually the wrong way. Why did it go up here? This is also the wrong way. No, this is the right way. It is the top one, I think. Yeah. I still get confused occasionally because I don't have visual memory. Okay, this is the part I don't want to be in. This is what I was thinking of. Everyone's favorite elevator, the one that goes up twice. Oh, it's the player 2 version of the act theme. It's mixed in. Because Sonic 2 had a versus mode. A split-screen mode, which uses a specific mode of the Genesis graphics that not very many games utilized. And it had different music for the zones in it. As well as a result screen music that you don't hear anywhere else. I still like that Eggman Blanco. Oops. I still get cocky sometimes, huh? I mean, I have beaten this game deathless, I'm pretty sure, at this point. I think I've beaten all of them deathless except Sonic 3 and Knuckles. But I think I've beaten Sonic 3 deathless. Oops. See you next time. How are you? Yeah, it happens, Brown. We can't all be scholars of everything Sonic. Even I forget things a lot. I would trust, like, Jacques TH's memory over mine sometimes. But I know so much. Like, I'm glad I'm regarded for my Sonic knowledge. By some. We have a lot of people who really love Sonic in this community, I think, and I really appreciate that. Ugh, Adam. And now the 70s exercise video version of the song. Oops. Hey look, a time travel spot! Even though Sonic 2 was originally planned to have time travel, it most likely did not work the same way as in CD. It was probably just, oh, you time travel as part of the story. That's what all the information we has is. Thank you for following. Two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, I didn't start early enough on this one. 7, 8. This is always the cool thing that I thought was cool as a kid. Just balance on the button. So that Sonic or Tails is doing their animation like that. Some people would spin dash next to the capsules, some people would balance on the other part of the capsule. Kids. Mermaid Melody Peachy Peachy Pitch. It is an anime, magical girl show about mermaids. Wow, you can't grab that while flying. That really messes with this route for Tails then. And yeah, that's what people think, and it was most likely the case. Which makes some of the levels having like palette swaps like that make a lot more sense. Mermaid Melody, it's made for children. It has things that will definitely entertain adults, but not like a lot of it. Basically, if you're the kind of person who doesn't mind watching a kid's show, it is a good show. A very good show. With great music. But it doesn't cater to the adult audiences or anything. It doesn't assume that people are watching it besides kids. If that makes sense. Yeah, Sailor Moon has a lot more, like... I don't know. I don't know how to put it. Mermaid Melody doesn't not have appeal for older audiences, but it definitely doesn't try to. Yeah, they literally sing to beat their enemies, so... Like, it's not a case of I wouldn't recommend this, because obviously it's one of my favorite shows, but I think it's something that a lot of people would be like, what the heck? Also, the art is pretty inconsistent, if that matters to you. Because their budgets varied wildly, and they often had to cheap out on that. I think the actual, like, main story of it and everything, though, is fairly solid. It's like Sailor Moon meets The Little Mermaid, as far as the story is concerned. Oops. Yeah, it's a very interesting combination. Also, it eventually got a sequel in the form of a manga, Mermaid Melody Aqua, but it doesn't look like Mermaid Melody Aqua is going to get an anime. And the original Mermaid Melody manga is not very good. The anime is way better than the original manga. Which is probably why the sequel manga seems more like a sequel to the anime than to the original manga. Oops. Okay, I'll just skip that. I should have done that in the first place. Man, what's up here again? Oh yeah. Yeah, Brown's pretty much got it, but like... It's not that there's not more to it, and there is an overall running plot that's pretty okay. Again, I love the show. I'm just worried that, like, a lot of people might not because it's just not mature enough. It's always hard to tell. And again, there's people who say that about Gal Gaigar. Oh, it stars Lucia's daughter, so. This spring is always unreliable, so I'm just skipping it. Okay, through here. Should have grabbed those speed shoes while I had the chance. The main overarching theme with the palettes that I use is basically you can see the time of day passing. This boss always can be kind of rough because it has like active frames when it's emerging and going back into the water, the oil. So you can't just jump down and start attacking right away or you'll get hurt. You have to wait a couple seconds. May not sound like much of a nuisance, but when you're in a hurry... Man, can you even imagine how many times I would have died in these games if the spike bug were still there? Whatever, this'll do. Oh, never. I'm just saying, can you imagine how many times I would have died if it did? That's what I meant. Like, I would have died so many more times in Sonic CD and Sonic 2 if the spike bug existed in them. The spike bug got me a couple times in my Sonic 1 run tonight as it is. Usually doesn't. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Sonic 2 level design, as some people may know. It was basically my favorite game as a kid, though. So I can't be too hard on it. Just that I like the other ones more now that I'm older. A mod that improves the zone's level design? Interesting. Man, I gotta submit some of the mods I've done to Game Banana sometimes. Like, as it stands, the only mod I have up on Game Banana, I think, is the Spike Sensei Knuckles Battle song for Sonic 3. Which I had to fix because it wasn't working in Sonic 3 Air anymore, newer versions. Which still seems strange, because, like, code is fine. But I had to work around it, because it seems like it wasn't working as documented anymore. I told Spike Sensei I would do mods for his other Sonic covers, and I just never got around to it. I should probably do that. You see, the reason I didn't stream for a week is I was in crunch at my day job, and I finished crunching. So I finally have more free time again for the first time in like over a year. And that feels like a huge deal to me. I mean, it obviously is. I think the funniest part of Mystic Cave's stage design is the infamous pit. Which I don't think anyone really hates anymore. It's just a meme, but like, as a kid, that was the most horrible thing ever in a video game, you know? Aside for the barrel. Aside for the Carnival Night barrel. Yeah, at least it's not from headaches, because that was what was stopping me for a while. I had a really bad stream of headaches. And you guys are going to be seeing more of me again. Thank goodness. Thank you for the follow. Hey, how you doing? Having a good day? It felt like I was speeding the platform up by jumping, but I know it was just an illusion of how the camera was moving. Oops. Okay, let's go around that thing. Whoa! Got starfished. It's like when you get catfished, but instead of the person not being who they said they were actually shooting spikes at you. Oh yeah, it was of Sarnik and Dales. It's a shame I can't one-hit kill this boss like I did that other one. That was so funny. Interestingly enough, it seems like Tails doesn't work well in this boss at all. Like, the trick, I mean. Yeah, I mean, it happened to me all the time. That's what happens when you date someone you thought was a hedgehog, but it turns out they're actually a pufferfish. Pufferhog. Is this like the Sonic Dragon in Cream 64? I think it's so funny. Just a quillfish with Sonic's face, yeah. Sky Chase Zone. A lot of you probably know this from hearing me say it before, but Sky Chase, Wing Fortress, and Death Egg were among the last stages completed for Sonic 2. A lot of them were like last-minute additions, because like they meant to have Death Egg from the start, but these other two were not in the original plans. Even then, Death Egg was probably going to be a full-featured zone like it is in Sonic 3, instead of what it ended up being. Hey, Gatorade. Also, most of the enemies in this zone, in Sky Chase, seem like they were originally designed for the ocean zone that was going to be in the game in the original plans. Design documents came out showing, like, some designs for that zone, and it turned out the badniks, some differences, were among them. What shot? Did you hear that? There was just a random shot sound of like a turtle shooting, but there was nothing on screen at the time. We weren't even near the enemies. That's an hydration reminder, I could use that. And now for once, Sonic is the one who has to go down for repairs. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow.
He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
Meow 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 meow. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that that's Sonic's plane. It is. It always has been. Oops. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. That's a good question. I don't have any clue how old I was. It was probably, I was a little kid. And I realized it because somebody else pointed it out to me. So it wasn't a realization of my own. That's the thing. You were at least 30. Eh. Well, maybe I would have been if nobody had pointed it out to me by then, right? Off we go to the Death Egg. And the worst bosses that run as far as, like, time consumption and the stress go. I feel like you could probably technically fight the Death Egg Robo faster as Tails if you took good advantage of his flight. But I ain't doing that. I'm not brave enough. Oops. Whoa! I jumped a moment too late. I was trying to over-optimize. Am I the only one who always saw those gauges in the background as eyes? One. Two. Three. Four. I'm gonna go for it. I'm stupid, I'm gonna go for it. I thought so. But now we know. Like, I've never tried to speedrun with Tails before, so knowing that about Death Egg Robo, knowing I really do need to handle it the way I handle it as Sonic, that's good information. Annoying information, but good. That's two. Three. You have an interesting definition of fun, Brown. Four. Five. Six. Seven. No. The way to do it faster as Tails would be to fly backwards into Eggman. wasn't gonna do it, but I see it now, you know? Like, it's one of those moments where you have a horrible realization. And that's game. I'll be back in a sec for Sonic 3. Oh, maybe I'll watch the... Right, there's no animatic because they'd have to do it for Sonic. Okay, Tails, please don't be glitched. What? Exact words, I guess. Yeah, he followed my directions with an asterisk. It's like having your wish granted by a genie. It was very yes, but... It's almost time for Sonic 3. You ready? You excited? Man, I'm really looking forward to Sonic X Shadow. That game looks better every time I see it. I can't wait. Tails! Timer's running? Let's go. Why is it so quiet? I feel like I always wonder that when I get to it. Yeah, I don't just like retro games. I mean, heck, I was playing Dead by Daylight most of last night. But I know that a lot of retro streamers are basically all about retro and nothing else. I've got friends like that. And I respect it, it's valid. But okay, there's nothing up there. Why did I... Miles got through Act 1. Only people who watch my marathons regularly know why I'm laughing. Which is still pretty new. Streaming sites are like Livestream and Justin TV. I should have said Ustream. Livestream and Ustream. You're basically speed limited in this part until Eggman disappears. The difference is immediately noticeable. I could have gone for another hit. I'm Tails. Could and should. Whatever, he's dead. I also used to stream on Livestream. I've been streaming a long time. Even if my following on Twitch may not reflect that, because, like, I was slow to adopt streaming on Twitch. And to stream seriously instead of just for fun. Ah, the fake water. I mean, I am streaming for fun, but no longer just for fun, you know? No. Oops, why did it lag? That was weird. Ow. I got shot. There's a shield over there. What am I doing? Wow. Wow. I lost it immediately anyway, because I was too busy being Owen Wilson. What if Tails was played by Owen Wilson? Please no, but... This is my favorite Sonic song. Personally, I'm not, like, the biggest on the stage itself, but it's still a very good stage. The music, though. Hey, Manaphy. I guess that's the Tails path for that, huh? Oops. That's not the right way to handle that. What the? Oh no. Hey, Knuckles. Wrap. No rings.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. His active frame's turned on. Like, he has a hitbox for... He has a hurt box only, like, when the things are spinning. That was probably still faster than doing it as Sonic. The ways I typically do, anyway. I still have never memorized the layout of this particular zone enough. So, low expectations.
Speed fast and way too fast.
Well, the speed shoes definitely do help. Tails may not be able to use the special abilities of the shields, but he can still use their general attributes, like not being able to be burned or vacuuming in rings. It'd be very important in Lava Reef, especially, I think. Had a guess. Oh, right. This is not the first time I've made that mistake. Ground... understandable, in my opinion. Place is sprawling. Oops. I hit it from the side by accident. It would cost me a little time to grab that shield, so I decided not to. It's so fickle. Hey, Eggman. What's up? I love hitting that. Tails is just like, oh, I see, and goes through anyway. Wouldn't you have to call that, like, marble sandbox zone? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. Lightning shield. No? Must be a different part of us remembering a light shield up there. Light shield? Man, sometimes I say the strangest things. Like whatever I just said. Oh. Yeah, well, to be fair, Brown, it feels like that one was probably the least likely to come back out of the Michael Jackson Sound Team ones, because, like, the real song had actually been released, so there wasn't really anything they could deny anymore. Sega's stance used to be just pretend nothing was wrong, but eventually they couldn't anymore. And I think that forced their hand in some regards. And of course, Yuji Naka just coming out and saying it, because that's the kind of guy he is, I guess. Oops. Uh-oh. I don't think I've ever made that mistake. Yeah, Ice Cap in particular, though, is pretty much just Brad Buxer's work. Because we have the original, we have Hard Times. The various community debate about all that back in the day was really something. I still remember people thinking that Sirocco had to be an alias for Michael Jackson because they didn't do enough research to go, oh, that's just a guy who worked with Michael Jackson. That's just his name. Of course, it could have been a Gundam villain. It's always possible when somebody has that name. Oops. Well, I didn't get in the extra hits. So this will be a little tedious. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Ice Cap Zone never had anything to do with Smooth Criminal, but I like the mashups from back then. Oh crap, my ring. Well, that's the thing, Brown. It's entirely plausible that even getting that one track could have cost them more than the entire production cost and profit of the game. So.
Is that what Chaos Control is?
Whoops. Like, when it comes to anything that even vaguely involves Michael Jackson and the people who worked with Michael Jackson, the costs being astronomical is putting it nicely. Darn, my rings. Just let go of the controls and tells it to just keep bouncing up on his own. It's fine.
That was pure skill!
Ah, carnival night. Please don't mind me almost dying to death. Oh, that isn't helpful. Oops. There we go. All the way to the mid-boss like that. No problem. Come on, open wide. For those who don't know, by the way, those voice clips in that song and others, those are not Michael Jackson. They are from a sample CD from the time. The community eventually found those samples. I mean, nobody's going to deny that Michael Jackson was involved. It's just that was often cited as one of the big proofs back in the day. And it turned out it was just bupkis. I see. Running into that will completely kill my momentum, huh? Good to know. That was a really clean jump. Take it easy, Adam. Sleep well. Well, Brad Buxer was involved in Sonic 3. And most likely, he would have submitted some suggestions to Michael of what to use in the game. And one of them happened to be Hard Times. We'll never really know for sure, but that's the best we can figure. Brad Buxer is in the credits of Sonic 3, though. In fact, all of Michael Jackson's sound team is, except for Michael Jackson. Which I always thought was funny, because, like, there's people who will say, what do you mean? There's no evidence that Michael Jackson ever worked on Sonic 3. It's like, okay, so because Michael Jackson's name isn't there, but everyone else who worked with Michael Jackson is, you say he didn't. Interesting. The thing is, in the days before Wikipedia, a lot of people had no idea who the heck worked with Michael Jackson. I realize how stupid that sounds. But we were not smart people. And in general, Michael Jackson was one of those people who, like, you didn't know who Michael Jackson's backup instruments were. You didn't know who advised Michael Jackson. You didn't know his producers. Or even the backup dancers or any of that. Like, nowadays you can just look that stuff up. But everybody just would say back then, oh, a Michael Jackson song, you know? And then the Jetsons connection didn't come out until much later, because the Jetsons album wasn't actually released until much later. It was like a by popular demand, we are releasing this unreleased thing situation. Yeah, you're not really going to be able to license any of the stuff that was made by Michael Jackson's sound team. You could license it, but it would probably cost more than it would to just make a new game entirely. So, that's the problem. Right, this fight is actually a little tricky without Insta-Shield, huh? He actually gets to attack. Right, I gotta let him drop the ball first. Hard stop. Darn, so close. Ooh, Ooh. That happened. I just want to remind everyone, in Sonic 3 alone, if you reach this stage as Tails, you can get stuck because there is a bad bug. Where this part that loops fails to loop and is instead a death pit. And the only way to get out of it is to trigger either a bonus stage or a special stage. Just because you're playing as Tails in Sonic 3 alone. What an awful bug, right? They fixed it in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Oops. Oops. Fine, I'll just go. No, because what you need is for the flag to reset to allow the level to loop like it's supposed to, and the only way to do that is to load a different level and load the level again. Around that and the fact that unreleased music from days long past that isn't like something brand new or anything, oddly enough, tends to be more expensive, not less. Because they want to make their money back for releasing it and everything. Also, because it was used in Sonic 3 as, you know, part of things that happen with MJ's sound team, the rights may actually be partially tied up with MJ's estate as well. Like, there is some chance that it might actually cost less to use the vocal full version of the song than to just use the Sonic 3 version, and that's messed up, I know. I'm speculating, of course, but like, considering Michael Jackson did work on Sonic 3 and everything, it's possible. It's plausible. Oops. Man, I'm trying to take shortcuts in this and it's just not working out. Yeah, that's the thing. When several people are involved in the creation of something like that, the rights can be extremely messy unless an agreement clearly outlines them in the first place when the work is initially produced. Hey look, it's this boss again. I mean, yeah, I get it. Believe me, I don't disagree with you at all. It's just a matter of, well, they probably can't. How you feeling, Winter? Is your ice properly capped? That's a good point. I still remember playing that one Sonic fan game by Lake Fepard and finding the inversion of the usual winter isn't here yet. Winter came and never left. Oh, I don't need to go down. I don't need to go up here. Saying opposite of what I mean. That's my iconic special ability. Ow. Oops. Man, I enjoy launch base, but I feel like I'm not the biggest fan of it these days. Because I occasionally get stuck in loops and things like that with it. Oops. Oops. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. I just fly up here. I wasn't sure what to expect, but that was pretty funny. There's a spring right there, Sarah. Whoop! Bird! Bird! Leave me alone, bird! Hey, Objective Binary. How you doing? How's it going? Yeah, everything's fine. Just squeezing in my Sonic Marathon last moment. I mean, we're no longer in August, but this is, you know, the August monthly marathon. Allegedly. It's Augustly. Oh, that was weird. The game started lagging. Still a half hour of August. Yeah, I get you. It's no longer August where I am, though. But I'll be finishing before it's August on the West Coast, so there's that. What the? Oh man. Without Insta-Shield, this is awkward, huh? Else we need those rings. Don't know why I did that. Okay. Over there? Okay, I guess. Hey, Sheriff. I would be able to hit him on the ground if I were using Sonic, because the Insta Shield is just that good. You can kind of hit him when he's coming down if you're really precise about it, but I wouldn't typically recommend it. Went off on Tails Adventure? That's unfortunate. I really like that game. I almost made the hit. Honestly, that's probably why I say that word so much in Jerry. I'll be pausing at the start of the next zone for a few, well, for like less than a minute. Man, that Sonic 3 time was really bad. Oh well. Like, I'm sure Tails can do it faster. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Sorry. I really should have put on some music or something when I went. So here we are, last game of the night. Of course, it's a pretty sizable game by its own right. Especially since Flying Battery was not originally meant to be in the Sonic & Knuckles half of the game. Not that they planned on the Sonic & Knuckles thing to begin with, but it was originally supposed to be after Carnival Night. And before Ice Cap. I just went in a circle for no reason. I'm supposed to go through here. Okay, how am I gonna do this fight this way? Just damage boosted, I guess. Wrap. I always feel like it's slightly inobvious that you can just walk through those things after you loop around them like that. Wording is bad. Hopefully some of you understand. I think it's because I don't have a default format set for that. It's tricky because, like, my stream layout is not 100% consistent, unlike some. Thank you, Jess. That hydration probably cost me about 1 second. It's not the speedrun meta strat. What the? Thanks, game. Thanks, Sega. Very cool. Meow, 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 meow. Come on, hurry it up. Ain't got all day. Part of Flying Battery being cooler in Mania is that it's mixed with Winged Fortress, though. Go figure. In general, Mania did a lot of that. You know, mixing two stages together. Sometimes it was subtle, sometimes not so much. Oh, for sure. Unless you were looking for the special stages. It still kills me that even in the actual Flying Battery, there are 2 special stage rings that require you to push spikes. Oh, it has as many as any other zone. They're just in really screwed up places. Huh? Hey. I wish I'd held on to that ring. Oh, it's gone now. Why am I doing this? There's no particular benefit. It might be faster, but not if you die multiple times. If you hit the middle, it gets hurt, but if you hit the sides, you get hurt. This is the most pointless endeavor, particularly in speedrunning. But after all, this is more of a learning run. it moves too much after a certain point to do it reliably, I think. So it's not really... I don't need to do this. Let's just not do this. You can kill it, though. Technically, it's faster if you... Cool. That's what we call hubris. You know me though, I don't mind. Just
Oh no!
thank you for subscribing, Masumi. How'd your stream go? How'd Resident Evil 4 go? Uh-oh. Oof. That could have been bad.
Oh no!
You know, Masumi wasn't rating, but I still... That's fine, because I was talking about it. This invincibility music. Why couldn't Sonic 3 have at least one good invincibility song instead of them being like so brief? Masumi, the day will come. I'm just glad that you got it working. Because that was so stupid. That it just wasn't working. Oops. Upside down tails. We kind of had a disagreement when I was playing SRP2, you don't remember? Well, I guess it was quite a long time ago now. I'm sorry though, for back then. Whoa, that was not good. Going down this path is also not great. Yeah, that Shadow game looks really good. I'm saying that completely, honestly. It also looks like it's a little more meaty than, like, might have originally been expected, you know? Because every time they show it off, they show off, like, a new stage or something, and we're like, wait, that wasn't all the stages already? That kind of thing. Oops. That was my fault. I've gotten to the part of the stream where I'm more focused on the conversation than I am on the game. Yeah, I mean, it happens to me sometimes. I'll just be autopiloting the game while I do a bunch of stuff in conversation. Oops. Oops. Here we are. The captions, I assume. I did it. Again. Okay, we're not gonna go do that this time, I promise. It seems like a point to practice, though, because doing that faster as Tails would be faster. Yeah, stuff like getting... Stuff like... I really wanted to use gamepad and not keyboard and mouse for it. Anyway, it was a long time ago. It's no longer important. Yeah, there was quite a bit of backseating in general during that game, and it messed up my enjoyment of it. Like, it wasn't just you. That was, again, that was a really long time ago. It feels like a different lifetime, honestly. Was I even a VTuber yet? Or was that the one where I wasn't yet? Man. I don't even know. Oh, Knuckles' path. Is this a Tails path? It must be. Oops. Whoa! That's mean! Yeah, that's how things go, isn't it? Time passes and none of us want to admit that it's passing. And here we are, everybody's favorite act of everybody's favorite zone. Undisputed. That's definitely faster. And in this part, I don't have to risk not landing there. Whoops! Time overs in Sandopolis are super common if you don't, like, already know the stage extremely well, I think. Which I do by now, mostly. I just get myself killed trying to go too fast during certain parts. Doesn't help that our lives run out. There's parts like the loops and such that make it tricky to have any clue where you're going. Uh-oh. Should be okay. Knowing this is Tails is actually super convenient. I never had to break the thing to let out the sand. We're almost there. Almost. Whatever. Don't need that, I'm at the boss. I'm sorry though that we're at the part of the marathon where my commentary starts to get less interesting because I start to actually feel a little bit of fatigue from it. Thank you, Coach. I'll get to it in a sec. Tails definitely has more trouble with this boss. Not that it's trouble, but like, you know, it's more trouble. There we go, I've hydrated. Lavery. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Bye, dude. Ow. That extra life is probably going to come in handy. I'm probably going to die in Bethek at least once. Hopefully I won't game over there. There's a very high chance of it. which normally wouldn't be the case, but all my hubris and flying battery... What the... I got lucky there. That should have killed me. I should get that extra life. As Tails, I can just grab it and go. As Sonic, that would be costing me unless I had a lightning shield. Yeah, we should all be so lucky. I guess we may never know. Uh-oh. Ah. Well, there goes my ring. That's bad. I'll be fine, but like... Honestly, I think it's safe to say that at least some of this was constructed by the echidnas. As the backstory goes, that is a safe guess to make. Or by something even more ancient than them. But... the mecha stuff, you know. You want Sarah Lenny McDonald's toys. I'll try to get famous enough to have McDonald's toys be made, and one of them will just be the Knuckles toy in the Sonic 3 set, but with me. My shield. My lifespan. What toyetic function when like McDonald's plays it toy up? I do not know. Because I do not know what possible toyetic functions there are. I just think it would be funny if I had a toy that just looked like the Knuckles toy from the Sonic 3 set because it was so silly looking, completely unrelated to Knuckles. Yeah, the one with the cloud. What seems to be a cloud. What if I just do this? This boss fight is just so much of an enigma to me. Who designed this? Who designed this specific boss? I'm going to assume this specific boss was designed by Yuji Naka. I'm also going to assume that it was the only boss he designed and that he insisted it had to be in the game. That's what I'm going with. Not quite the dumbest Sonic boss, but close, yes. Crime boss? No, that's me. I'm the crime boss. I'm the leader of the Nyafia. Look, one way in which I will never slander Yuji Naka is his programming abilities. He's an amazing programmer. Or at least he was. I couldn't speak to his programming abilities these days because I don't think he really does it. How's it going, Seahorse? Oh no! I was in a modest amount of danger. I don't know why the boss music is still playing here. It shouldn't be, but... I'd rather that than it not work at all. Common mistake by people trying to trigger that animation is standing too close to him. You have to be slightly distant from him. Hmm. Hmm. Man, I bet he's so annoyed that I didn't fight his other forms. He spent so much work preparing them. In tribute, even. Just kind of skipped most of the stage. Because its layout really allowed for it. Okay. Time for the act with the mid-boss that I really can't get a proper grip on. Can you imagine if you skipped most of the stage, it just does that to you? Kind of like draconian anti-privacy stuff. Oops. My lightning shield. I needed that. Should have told me what was on page 13, paragraph 2, sentence 1, word 3. And like, what if it's one of those games that always accepts your answer, but you typoed it or something, and like, you don't find out until late in the game that, oh, I got it wrong. Oops. Hey, how you doing? Oh. Whoops. Ding! Yeah, it's going pretty well. Although this boss fight is not exactly my favorite. Crap. I knew I was dead the moment I went for that. Okay, I need a ring. It's not gonna give me a ring if I just go down there. Oh, it gives me 3 rings. Then I end up with only 1 ring anyway. Crap. I think there's a high chance of a continue on Death Egg. Especially because I'm bad at this part of it. This part of the fight. Uh-oh. Crap! There's also every chance that I just randomly die to Death Egg Robo. Because it's happened. Plop. Thank you for cheering me on, Zero. Oh, that's bad. Need a ring. Thank you. Oh crap. Man, I'm so not used to this route. I like never take that route. Oh, it's just one of those. Crap. Is it gone? It's gone. It left without me. There is different music for this particular act, yes. I probably shouldn't be doing this. Ooh, I'm safe. I'm alive. It's fine. Oops. Oh, whoops. Like that, huh? That emote plus the Power Rangers. Are we there yet? We're almost there. I'll take this one. Because that one actually does save time. This one too, I think. No, this one's slower than just walking. I still only have one life. Making me nervous. It's not the end of the world if I end up having to repeat Death Egg, but it would be better if I didn't. Boss time. Oops. So much for the shield. Not that I need it. The main thing is that I won't have tails for the Death Egg Robo, which frankly is both good and bad, because he's the leading cause of death, but it also means being in the fight less long if he's there, because I don't have to do all the hits myself. I mean, I am Tails, but you know I don't mean it like that. I don't want to be facing that way. Whoops! Ha! Ha! I see. I'll be back in a sec.
You knocked out my contact! You know
All right,
what they
here we go.
say, the more the merrier!
It's okay, you know? I never mind a little setback like this. Now, if I had been close to, like, a personal best time and not doing tails for the first time, maybe I'd be more concerned. If only a little. Stalling for you. Oops. That platform would definitely be too slow for me on that part. There we go. Oh, a bunch of rings. That I kinda need because I just lost a bunch. And here's the boss. If you're Sonic, you can just kind of insta-shield through this boss, but Tails is a little trickier to do it quickly because you have to fly. Crap. If only I could have gotten that one more hit in. At least I dealt with that thing well this time. I almost fell to my death. Sorry. Probably Sandopolis. Although, I'm one of those people who would mostly take either of them over Flying Battery. It all depends on the person, I think. It's faster to take this. Oh, lots of people love Flying Battery. I just... Not me, but it doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means that I'm not the biggest fan of it. Okay, yeah, that's way faster than taking that one. Or... Okay, that one is just plain slow. Yikes. I guess it's still better to be fighting Death at Grobo as Tails than the times that I bought it as Knuckles. Crap! This might be a good spot. The other hand might come this far. It probably won't, though. Nah, I gotta go back to the other hand. Wait for the fire, jump over it, hit this. Wait for the beam to go past. Repeat. With Tails, you don't have to wait for the sound. You can just fly. And now this part. For this part, I consider it safer to wait until you are near the edge of the screen and essentially triangle jump. If you go for it too early, you can still fall off. It's a lot like a triangle jump because you end up bouncing off of the back end of it like that. Man, that was a long Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Oh well. These things happen. Tails looking a little flat for some reason. Let me speed through these credits. What was it again? This button. Only 6+ hours faster than you did it on the marathon I co-hosted. Me over here curious to see what you'll ask me to do, if anything, for Sonic Month. Now, I wouldn't deprive you all of the end of the game. This is how the game ends, right? Everybody remembers this? I wonder if the Flickies will attack him. Sincerely, no idea. Nah, they're not attacking him. Whoops. Ah. And that's how Sonic 3 ends, with a very angry Tails grabbing the Master Emerald. And then smiling because he's on a plane now. Tales with delusions of grandeur. Thinking he actually got through everything on his own. And Sonic was just there to pilot the plane now and then. And here we have Ridewing's finished art of me as a fox with two tails. Thank you so much for working on this. It's very cute. Thank you. It definitely came out well. Finished this in one stream, sheesh. Well, everyone, that's it. I'm exhausted. It takes a lot out of you doing all those games in a row. I gotta say, like, it may not seem like it would, but it definitely does. So, we're gonna be rating Voxandra. She is having her 7-year stream anniversary donathon. It's the second day out of it, out of 3. So please go say hello to her. One of my friends deserves support. And and Dot and Zoe are there right now too. For now though, good night everyone. Thank you all so much for being here and always supporting